Good morning. This is Secret's Cup coming at you live with the Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. I'm just gonna give it a minute here to see how the stream's doing, because on my end, things don't seem very great. Is that in fact how it is? No, it seems to be improving just a little bit. Suppose we just had a bit of unstable internet for a second? Probably. In that case, let's just hop right into it. Last time we left off at the end of the first section of investigation in the second trial, or the second chapter rather. Yes, here we are. Now we don't have much left to do, but I do want to just go over my evidence once more, since it has been a while. I didn't get to come here yesterday, unfortunately, because I was having a lot of tech issues, more than usual, and I figured it would just be best if I worked on that instead of streaming. So, let's see what we got. Understage passage. Yeah, understage passage. And you get into the speaking mood. The scripts. Yep. The bucket was not ready, meaning whoever was backstage planned this from the beginning, since they either knew he was dead already, or they knew he was going to be dead. The book is not important right now, other than that it was with Mr. Moraeus' belongings, which may imply that he was trying to take it, or look at it. That's not too important. I think it's just to show maybe the marks on his arm, in case that comes up. Yeah, that's probably what it is. He got stabbed on the back, which is why the moving panels is important, because the panels were, or rather he was stabbed and the panels were in a different position. Which means that it was not during the show. Fingerprinting. Yeah, unknown fingerprints on the top, which means it's not any of these people, which is odd to me. That they're just, I guess it's not completely unusual to completely exclude the killer from the first section, but it does strike me as odd that doing that this far in, and so obviously. Oh, and that's all. Only one page of evidence. Alright, well, let's talk. You're a magician, right, Bonnie?
That's right. My specialties are teleportation and this little magic trick right here.
A hat? Yeah. Well, it seems you're missing your rabbit.
Looks like Mr. Bunny's in a bad mood right now.
Well, didn't you just let him out?
Or that she messed up.
You said you're a big fan of Trucy's, right?
Oh yes. I look up to her more than anyone else in the whole world.
What about her makes you respect her so much?
She's just incredible. Not only is she extremely talented, but she's so cool under pressure and always manages to keep a smile on her face. In spite of all that talent, she still works harder than anybody I know.
Well, sounds like she got that from Phoenix.
You couldn't ask for more out of a magician.
I'm sensing a shift into hyper fangirl drive.
I love the unique way she does her tricks and how she charms the audience. I especially love her magic panties trick, which is both cute and comical. The first time I saw her do that trick, I was so impressed and so moved. I got to all of her shows and seen her perform so many times.
Oh, fade to black. Okay.
And that's why I think Trucy is top class. A real first-rate magician. I see. I think we have a pretty good idea of how much you adore her now. Oh, was I talking too much? I'm so sorry.
I'd better be careful about when and how I ask her about Trucy.
Anyway, that's why I will do anything at all to help Trucy. Oh, Mr. Lawyer, you just have to prove her innocent.
Don't worry, I plan to do just that. I wish Trucy could see that she has people like Bonnie in her corner rooting for her. Alright. What about the show? This is the important part. You were in the magic show, right?
That's right. I take it you saw my teleportation trick? Yes, it was just wonderful. You moved from one place to another in the blink of an eye.
I admit it was pretty amazing. I have no idea how you transported yourself over such a distance in just a split second.
It must have been so fun to be able to do a trick like that. teleportation looks so cool.
I just had an idea on what's going on here. So we have a set of unknown prints, and she is known for teleportation, and they're noting how she did long distance teleportation right now, just now. And obviously understage passage is a possibility, because, you know, stages can have lots of traps in them. But what if she is a twin? I think that is also very likely. I don't think that would not be the first time they've pulled the twin card in this series. And if they're going to use it again, this does seem like a good setup for it. Do any of her possessions indicate that she has a twin? I mean, I guess there's 2 rabbits, but that might not be... Actually, there's... Oh yeah, there's 2 sets of... There's 2 sets of makeups. Okay, yeah, no, she definitely has a twin then.
It's like a superpower or something. Yeah, my trick is turning some heads in the magic world right now. They're calling it new miraculous magic. Some even say it's the real deal. The real magic, huh? I know there must be an explanation, but it sure does look real. I just have to figure that trick out. I want to do it myself. Oh, you'll never figure it out. I always perform it perfectly.
Oh?
Ah, this feeling. It looks to me like Bonnie is hiding something.
Yeah, well, I just want to... Can I examine the room?
We've already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around.
Yeah, no, that really is 2 sets of the exact same makeup. 2 mirrors, 2 drinks. I mean, there's only 1 suitcase, but you don't really need 2. So yeah, I think that I'm 100% confident on the whole twin thing. I mean, is there any other indicators in the room of it? I don't think so. I mean, unless you just want to talk about how everything here is in pairs. 2 cages, 2 rabbits, 2 carrots for the rabbits. Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and do the bracelet section now. It's nice that we can do this without taking damage. Anyway, the error is going to be on I always perform it perfectly, isn't it? Probably. Where would it be? Are both her hands visible? Oh, there it is.
Gotcha!
There's a rabbit under the hat still.
Bonnie, when you said perform it perfectly, your right hand would tremble and move your hat a tiny bit. I even caught a glimpse of a little rabbit hiding underneath. Did you really perform the teleportation trick perfectly this time? Of course, I definitely got that part right. What do you mean, that part? Wait a minute. Are you saying that you...
Did you forget to switch the swords? Probably.
Did you maybe make a mistake during the switching of the swords? I wasn't involved with that part, so how could I make a mistake? Not even I could mess up if I was simply watching. If you were simply watching... I never make any mistakes under any circumstances, that's what I meant. She seemed pretty flustered just now. I bet she did make a mistake somewhere.
Alright, well, does that mean you messed up the escape then?
You might have performed the teleportation trick flawlessly, but what about Trucy's escape trick right after that? Did you make some kind of mistake during that? Well... Well, did you? You see... Did you or didn't you? I did. You're absolutely right, Mr. Lawyer. I made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. I'm sorry I lied. Whew. I feel like I pulled off a magic trick of my own just trying to get that out of her.
I feel like Athena would have some words about that. No? She's just gonna let that slide? How Apollo just randomly started pressuring her? I mean, I guess Athena knows about the bracelet at this point, doesn't she? Yeah. If she didn't, she absolutely would, though.
So you made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick? What kind? Yes, I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. But I made a huge goof. So, did Trucy explain to you how the escape trick works? Yeah, she knew we know. She said, blah, blah. Oh, come on, get into the focus. Yeah, she knew we'd need to know for our investigation, so she shared the secret. Now let's see. After Trucy escaped from the coffin down into the understage passage, Mr. Hat would be pulled up to the catwalk by a winch. Trucy would then pop up on stage through a trapdoor. I was operating Mr. Hat at the time, but I flubbed up where I was supposed to have him stand. I was supposed to make Mr. Hat stand to the left of the coffin, but I messed up and had him stand to the right by accident. That matches up with what we saw during the show. Huh? But then doesn't that mean Trucy would have ended up popping up on the side opposite to Mr. Hat? Yes, she would have if she hadn't done some quick thinking on her feet. She managed to pop up on the right-hand side of the coffin for me, so the audience never even knew a mistake had been made. Way to go, Trucy! Huh. To get the understage passage, would that be alright? Oh, yes, by all means. Anything to help prove Trucy's innocence. I'll unlock it for you. Hey, there you are. You got a minute? Who is this? Oh, it's this guy. I don't even remember what voice I gave him. Oh, Mr. Vatins. Yes, of course. Not you, Bunny. The lawyers. They're the ones I want to see. You have some business with us? I hear you two are from the same agency as Trucy. Is that true? Yes, that's right. This is for you, then. Hang loose, baby. What does that say? It'll probably put it in my inventory, right? So I can look at closer. A contract? Between Take-Two TV, the first party, and Trucy Wright, the second party? Okay, you know, I guess I'll read it right now. First party will pay all expenses for the magic show. The second party will confer all program broadcasting rights to the first party. If, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party, and understand and agree to the terms and conditions outlined above. I see. Well, okay, well that's a problem for us, but I don't think that's a motivation by any means. I mean, it's a motivation for why Trucy wouldn't have done it, kind of. But at the same time, there's no way a TV studio would be trying to get just $3 million out of someone, right? And I don't think it's going to be for him either, unless he's actually, like, putting up a facade and he's actually poor or something. That is interesting, though. If, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? Yeah, that's more like it. That shocked reaction. That dopey expression. You'd make a great comedian. Really? I know. I'll put you on my show. We'll get one of those cartoon anvils to fall on your head. I feel like I've just changed his voice. We'll go with it, though. Wait a minute. Is this for one of those hidden camera prank shows? You wish. No. That's an official contract. See for yourselves. You're the lawyers, after all. You should know one when you see one, right? He's right. It's all signed and everything. Yep. You better make sure your agency pays what Trucy owes me in full. Are you kidding me? The Right Anything agency doesn't have that kind of money. Then I guess you're just gonna have to go fishing for some. I can see it now. Craziest catch, legend of the seasick lawyers. Fishing out on high seas? No thanks. I can't even swim. I think that was like an insinuation, but putting people on fishing boats because they're in debt usually does not mean that you're just gonna have them go fishing. Objection! What kind of ridiculous, low-down, unfair, one-sided contract is this? Hey, now, there's nothing ridiculous here. It's all perfectly legit. It's got her signature on it, see?
My boys have got to see the stupid look on your faces. It's priceless. And post. Haha, I'm getting responses already. It's gonna go viral.
No! How could he?
Bye-bye, reputation. Alright. Take-Two TV, the first party. Tracy Wright, second party. I'm really interested in this. Why did Tracy agree to that? You ain't seen nothing yet, baby. I'm gonna drive Troop Grammary and everybody associated with it into the ground. Okay, well that's a motivation. If you knew that she couldn't pay. Here's a question. So, Trucy is organizing the show, yeah? Which means that... well, I guess Trucy is single-handedly the second party, not the whole troop. In which case, if Trucy were to be proven innocent, then this whole thing would be null because someone else did it, even if the other person was also part of the troop. Yeah. A bit of an odd wording, that you target her specifically in the contract and not the group. Because I was thinking that if it was... The thing that made me think this was that if the group was responsible, then they could just use... They could... what's the word? Repossess the possessions of Reus to partly fulfill it. No, I suppose in that case Trucy would still be seen as a murderer, so they'd probably all pin it all on her still. Oh well. Serves you right for getting involved, the Grammaries. What's this grudge you have against the Grammaries, anyway? Yeah, tell me, this did not come up during the previous Grammary trial. Huh? What are you talking about? Stress doesn't make you paranoid, champ. Come on, Bonnie, we have more filming to do.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Lawyer. Oh, and I'll unlock the door to the understage passage for you later.
Okay, can't go straight there yet. Later, lawyers. Hang loose, baby. What intonation am I supposed to even saying with that? With the voice I've given him? It's such an odd thing for him to say.
Why would Trucy sign a contract like this? And why did all this happen when Mr. Wright isn't here?
We'll have to come back for the understage later. Let's go hear Trucy's side of the story.
Good thinking. We can't let you hit the high seas just yet.
There must be something we can do. We can't let this ratings Raja get his way. Alright. Well, I think that the detention center into understage is the last thing we have to do, right? Unless a third person, not third, but an additional party shows up when we revisit. Seems to be the case.
3, 2, 1, ta-da!
Wow! You've made my handcuffs disappear. How'd you do that?
She's doing magic tricks for the guard? Now, should I try making you disappear next, Mr. Guard?
Can you do that? Oh, yes please, this is so exciting!
We should probably stop her before there's another incident.
Trucy?
Oh, hi Polly, hi Athena.
Man, she's about to escape. We have some more questions for you.
Judging by the look on your faces, it must be about something big.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Things have gotten a little sticky. Oh, and I had to remember to give her that thing she asked for, too. Yeah, well, let's present that book to her first. Here you go, Trucy. Your notebook back.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
So, what's written in there anyway? It looks like it's full of secrets or something.
That's because it is. It was originally my granddaddy Magnifi Grammary's notebook. He used it like a diary, and as a place to jot down ideas for new magic tricks. Some of which only members of the Troop Grammary ever laid eyes on.
Wow, this notebook is a really big deal then.
Yep, that's why I always kept it under lock and key. I bet a magician would do just about anything to get their hands on that notebook.
And we found it mixed in with Mr. Reus's belongings. Could he have really been trying to steal it?
The Troop Grammary creed is also written inside. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face.
Oh, okay, not something she got from Phoenix then.
That creed was passed down to me from my daddy, and his daddy passed down it to him.
It's true that Trucy always keeps a smile on her face. I guess it's due in part to her family creed.
Oh, is that really that important? I'll have to check the, I have an idea, but we'll check the notes in a second.
Trucy, I want to talk to you about where we found this notebook.
Let me check the picture first. Okay, he is smiling there. He even has a mask there with a smile on it. Just wondering. Yep. Well, let's talk about the other stuff first. Actually, no, it feels weird to swap off. Let's do the notebook.
We found this notebook mixed in with Mr. Reyes' belongings.
What?
Do you think he might have been trying to steal it?
No way, I can't believe it. The great Mr. Reyes would never do such a thing.
But would it be so far-fetched if he was after Troop Grammary's secret tricks? It makes for a pretty compelling motive to take the notebook.
Well, but what if this whole thing was just a conflict of conspiracies? Reyes was trying to steal it, someone else was trying to steal it, they clash, and then they pin it on Trucy. That could be it. We'll have to see.
Trucy, do you remember this contract?
Yeah, I signed it before I went on stage.
What about the liability for compensation article here?
Liability for compensation? What are you talking about? Let me see that. What? The $3 million?
Just as I suspected, she didn't know about that part.
Trucy, this contract is 1 page long. Did you not read it? I've never seen this article, and I read the whole contract from top to bottom.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd miss such a big thing.
I was going to mention earlier, I was going to potentially try and argue that the contract is illegitimate before Apollo just sort of gave up. But there was no notary on it, so, I mean, you know, could be illegitimate. Or rather, it probably most likely is.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd miss such a big thing. But there's your signature, so what's going on?
Maybe. Well, yeah, that's the other thing I was arguing. Is that if we actually take a look at it, you can see that her signature is written in a different pen, which doesn't make too much sense. You know, considering usually you just pass the pen between two people. So I'm thinking that maybe they got the signature and put on the paper first, or they got signature and copied it here. I'm not sure which one though. And then there was some kind of trick involved? You know, like when I signed it. In other words, you think there might have been some foul play afoot?
And I'm willing to bet that the Ratings Raja is the one behind it.
Dude, just call him by his name. I mean, I don't even remember at this point, because that's all you call him. Ratins, yes.
Bonnie told us about the mistake she made on stage.
Oh, you mean where Mr. Hat had been... where Mr. Hat had been placed? Even I was at a loss on what to do for a second there.
So, how did you fix the problem?
Well, I was down in the understage passage when I found out. I had to work my butt off to fix it, let me tell you. After I escaped from the coffin and went down into the understage passage, I got a signal from Bonnie saying she'd made a mistake with Mr. Hat's positioning. No joke, I was freaking out. After all, I had to be back up on stage in a few short minutes. Magical Girdle Trucy Wright was faced with an unprecedented crisis beneath the stage. Wouldn't this spell the end for Trucy and Grammary Land? And then what happened?
Athena's totally hooked.
I was supposed to get back up to the stage through trapdoor number 1 on the left, using a platform that can be raised and lowered called a stage lift. There was a stage lift ready and waiting in the lowered position under trapdoor 1. Why are you repeating yourself? But Mr. Hat had been placed on the right above trapdoor 2 by mistake. There was already another stage lift under trapdoor 2, but why is it so quiet? Oh, that was my end. Okay. Is it quiet on your end too? I wonder. Let me see. It should be fine. About as loud as the background noise that just kicked in that I can't stop. Yeah. Okay. It was in a raised position since we hadn't planned on using it.
Okay, so how did you get back up on the stage?
Why, through the brute strength.
Oh, okay, well, I mean, that's kind of the only option. I couldn't lower stage lift 2 by myself, so I pushed it back and out of the way. And then I moved the lowered stage lift into... then I moved the lowered stage lift 1 into the place under trapdoor 2. Oh, they have wheels. I mean, I kind of expected them to, but... Oh, it doesn't look like there's a locking mechanism on the wheels. That's not exactly safe. This thing is heavy. I wish I could have moved it with magic. Unfortunately, my magic is useless under the stage. The understage is a dark abyss that drains magicians of all their powers. I can see why it's called the Abyss. I never knew it could take so much out of you. What's up with the other ladder? Is that for the... Oh, it's probably for the coffin, right? That's just how it goes in the real world. Illusions are created by blood, sweat, and tears of those behind the scenes. Wow, I learned so much just now. Trucy, have you told anyone else about all this? Nope, nobody. This sounds like some critical information. I'd better make a note of it. Yeah, that is very important. I want to know how that's worded real quick. In any case, we'd better focus on doing something about this contract for now. How's it worded? Bonnie messed up the trick, placing him on the opposite side of the scripted location. As a result, Trucy had to move the lifts under the stage. Okay, that's her alibi, basically. Trucy signed it in her dressing room, right? Then we'd better do a little more investigating there. I'm so sorry to put the two of you through all this. And don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. There's gotta be some kind of mistake. If you need me to, I'm willing to take drastic measures. With my magic. You're not planning on pulling some magical money out of there, are you? No, my magic panties are much better at making things disappear than appear. Make the contract disappear? I thought she was gonna, like, you know, pull out Mr. Happen Court again. Call a forced recess. But I suppose that works as well. Do I want to know what she's planning to make disappear? Apollo, we gotta do something, anything to fix this. I agree. Let's check out the dressing room again, for starters. Okay, and we should finally check out the understage passage, too. The Abyss? Then you'll have to go through the backstage area. Be careful down there. Yes. Anything else to talk about? Nope. Alright. Let's check out the dressing room first. There probably is not going to be anyone here. Now, I want to check out the notepad. Okay, this is where Trucy signed that contract. Right, and there must have been some kind of trick that was used when she signed it. The question is what kind of trick and how it was done. If some kind of object or tool was used, there still may be a trace of it somewhere. Like with the pen or the paper. Well, it's time to find the secret to that trick. Let's get to it. Or, let's do this. Oops. Anyway, yes. Nope. Notebook. Notepad. Whatever you call it. Check it out. Huh? Hey, take a look at this clipboard. That's what it's called. Could you sign this, please, ma'am? Sure thing. Just the one sheet in this clipboard, right? Isn't this the clipboard that Trucy used when she signed the contract? I think you're right. Let's give it the once-over. 3D inspection? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, you can open it up, as usual. Let's go ahead and do that. Well, let's try opening the folder. Okay, there's a little place here to put a paper. I don't see anything unusual. That clips things into place on the top. How odd. There's nothing unusual about it. Really? Well, I suppose we should inspect this. There might be something behind it. Well, this part here holds the papers in place. Could this clip have something to do with how we connect contour? Ow! It bit me! Yeah, I didn't think so. Because if they did hide something behind it, people would probably pull it off all the time. Only you could get hurt by a clipboard, Athena. Yeah, okay, well, let's see. Can I inspect just nothing? Okay, can't inspect nothing. It has to be a part that has a mark on it. Well, one of the screws is different. I need to check that. It looks like a screw.
I guess that means this clipboard can be taken apart. But I can't loosen this one without a screwdriver.
Yeah, well, what about the Phillips head? Check that.
Hey, this screw. It's different from the others. Not only that, but I think it's loose. Look, I can move it. Are you sure you should be fooling around with that, Paulo? Whoa, it came right out. See? I tried to tell you, but would you listen? No. Hey, take a look around through this hole, Athena. I think there's something back there. Oh, wow, you're right. What is it?
Oh, you're gonna make me inspect it again? Is that it? Or do I have to zoom in? Can I inspect it, or do I have to exit? Why can't I inspect it? How odd. Can I inspect the other ones? No, I mean I could, but it'd be the same probably. Huh. Oh, the back's different now.
Hey, look, the back panel is loose. I think I can take it off. Got it. You're just breaking things left and right today, aren't you? Look, there's something inside.
Don't touch it with your bare hands. I mean, I guess that's never stopped anything before, but...
What is this black sheet of... I want to say paper.
It's probably carbon paper.
Oh, I know. It's carbon paper.
Yeah.
You put it between the two pieces of paper and it copies what you write onto the bottom one. So when Trucy signed the contract, there's actually another contract underneath. And her signature on the top contract got copied onto the hidden contract. So that's how Trucy was conned. This is that ratings Raja's doing. I just know it.
Man, he's really sloppy if he just left it there.
How dare he? You gotta hand it to him, though. It couldn't have been easy fooling Trucy. That girl's no slouch. Yeah, but I bet we can use this clipboard as evidence if we ever take this to trial.
Yep. Now then, we gotta head to the Understate's Passage. Is this new investigation music? It's a bit quiet for me. That is new investigation music. You know, I'll turn it up a little bit for you guys. I have this game a bit quiet usually. Actually, there. It should be fine there. Yeah? I think so. Okay. Here we go. Now, to the stage. Here we go.
Let's see. We should be able to get to the Understage Passage from the backstage. Hopefully Bonnie unlocks the door for us like she said she would.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Examine time. Let's go around the back. Oh, right. I had to click on the back to go to backstage. Forgot about that.
Back to the backstage. The door's unlocked. Thank you, Bonnie. Well, Athena, here we go.
Now, is it going to be too dark to investigate? Nope, lights are on. Let's see, what do we got? Well, we got the other sword. We have the two lifts. And you can see that they've been moved. There's an X underneath the ladder that leads up to the coffin. I don't know what that second ladder leads to. And then there's the writing on the wall. Alright.
It sure is dark and dusty down here. The Abyss. The magical underworld. And look, there's a denizen of the Abyss now. A fearsome beast with long, sharp fangs, ready to prey on unsuspecting souls. What are you... Oh, you mean that tiny little rat over there? No, I mean that fearsome beast over there. I take it you don't like rodents.
Alright, that was a bit of an odd interaction. Let's check the sword first. This one looks real.
This sword is the exact same design as the murder weapon. Wait, what's this? Yeah. Ow, what are you doing? That hurts. I think I'm bleeding out. Oh, stop being such a drama queen. It's only rubber.
Okay, this is the rubber one.
Huh? Hey, you're right. So this must be the sword that Trucy used during the trick. After the incident, someone must have switched the rubber sword with the real one on stage. And maybe that's why when they brought the rubber sword down here.
Alright. Oh, we got the whole stand, not just the sword. Interesting. Alright, is that a mirror box? Probably. Let's check the X on the floor. What's this glowy stuff? Oh, it's glow-in-the-dark paint. Was that Apollo answered? Okay, Apollo answered himself. That is not paint. That is... Oh, I said paint. He said tape. Yeah, it's tape. Hey, this must have been what I saw through that secret door in the bottom of the coffin. But who put it here and why? It's probably a marker of some sort since it's so dark down here. Sounds about right. Maybe it's meant to be a mark... Maybe it's meant to mark which ladder to climb. Yeah, it seems most likely. Where does this go? This ladder goes up to the ceiling. I wonder what's just above. Apollo? Alright, fine. Fine, I'll climb the ladder. Why does it always have to be ladders? Alright. Where does it lead? Uh-huh. Where am I? It's pitch black. And cramped, too. Oh, is it another coffin? Oh, it's the little thing backstage. You know what I think? I think you're in that coffin we saw backstage. So that's where this ladder leads. But I still don't get what that coffin was for. Alright. We probably need to check the lifts. It's a stage lift for getting up to the stage. Trucy moved this one here. I guess it used to be where that yellow tape is. How in the world did she manage to move this huge thing? It couldn't have been easy for her. She's pretty petite. But I bet it'd be easy for you. Just what are you implying? That's it, chump. You're looking under microaggressions late. Well, you're looking at microaggressions later. How about the other one? It's a stage lift for getting up to the stage. Looks like this crank lowers the platform. But Trucy said it's impossible for one person to do it alone. That sounds like a challenge. Now I want to try it. Oh, it's probably just broken. Or you could just take people at their word. Well, I'm thinking maybe, what if it is broken? Because why can you lift it, but not lower it? Or rather, who lifted it? If I'm reading this room right, this must have been the stage lift Trucy moved during the show. Originally, it was there where the stage lift 1 is right now. Okay, there we go. I don't think there's any, I mean, I guess there's obviously something. Yeah, the ladder. There we go. And this ladder goes up to the ceiling. So now I guess it leads to one of the trapdoors on the stage. Trucy must have used this ladder when she escaped from the coffin. Why don't you climb up there and see if I'm correct? It's not so high. You'll be fine, right? Uh-huh. Why me? You'd make a young lady wearing a skirt climb a ladder? Fine. I'm going. Ah, the lights. It burns. Oh, and he fell. Ah. Are you alright? I can now confirm that the ladder does indeed lead up to the stage. Well, that tasty bit of info was definitely worth risking life and limb for. Well done. Hold on, Apollo. I hear voices. Quick, hide. Hey, quit shoving me. Hurry up and get down there. Hey, my arm doesn't bend that way. What the heck, Athena? Shh, look. Oh, is this a different person? It's not so much work pretending to be cute and sweet. Oh, it's so much work pretending to be cute and sweet. Is she different colors than usual? Let me see. No, I don't think so. Okay, same outfit. Gotcha. Isn't that Bonnie? Hey, Bunny, wait for me. And the ratings, Raj. Stop calling him that. Use his name. What did we have to hide for, Athena? Because I heard something funny.
There's something off in their voices. Oh, right. Fina's super sensitive hearing. Those lawyers are poking around, trying to stir up trouble. Should I be worried? Relax, I didn't say anything to the police, and I won't say anything to them either. You better not, or you're gonna get it. Pow! Right in the kisser.
Oh, that's a facial expression.
What the? Is it just me, or does Bonnie seem kinda different from before? Apollo, shush! I'm sick and tired of this whole investigation. All I want is Drussy's head on a platter.
Just leave everything to me, babe. Don't forget the power of mass media. TV can accomplish anything. I'll make sure Trucy gets much worse than a guilty verdict.
I can't wait to see that girl crying and begging for mercy.
You really hate Trucy, don't you, Bunny?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
Hey, what the heck? How old is she compared to Trucy? Okay, just a little older.
If you mess this up, you're gonna really be sorry, you hear me? I'll crush you flat. Like a cockroach under my foot.
Oh, you cute little thing. You're adorable when you're throwing a fit. Oh, that... He is very fluid. Hey, my foot. Can't you take a joke?
Come on, grab my things. We're leaving.
I wonder if there is a twin. I still think there is. Because there's two sets of everything. Aw, lead the hippity-hoppity way, my little bun-bun.
Well, what was that absolutely revolting scene all about? I guess the entertainment industry attracts all kinds of eccentrics. But that conversation, it set off every red flag in my book. You said it. I smell plot with a capital P-U. Okay, Ratins claims he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. And we saw Bonnie on stage ourselves. Hey, Apollo, I have an idea. Why don't we pay Take-Two TV a visit? We can check up on the Rating Raja's alibi while we're there. Sounds like a plan.
Oh, perfect. This is probably going to be the last place we go to for the investigation, right? Including day 2. I think we're just going to revisit some places then. Really, I'm not sure how they would stretch this to a 3-day trial. I think it's going to be a 2-day one.
Yikes! Look at this place. There's so much going on at once, it's making my head spin.
Well, you don't see all at once usually. The camera would pan onto one thing, I believe. Actually, no, this is not... Oh, okay, what is this setup? So you have the seats for the audience on the left, the hosts on the right, and the big panel in the middle, which I do not know what it's for. Well, I suppose there is quite a bit going on, but you still would only see one at a time.
And take a look at that screen and listen to those hosts. Magical murderer. Live audience witnesses shocking skewering. 17-year-old magician Trucy Wright. See exclusive, unedited footage of the heinous crime, complete and uncut. We can't let them broadcast that. Trucy will get tried in the court of public opinion. Well, I doubt we can stop them from airing it.
Yeah, you can. What's the word? Why am I forgetting it? What's the spoken version of libel? I forget. Slander. That's it. Now, this would undoubtedly be slander if they are speaking as if she is the murderer before she's even had her trial. And I think it would probably go double, well, not double, but it would be a lot more serious in this world because you only have to wait 3 days at most to figure out if it would, if she is the murderer. So they're probably a bit more strict about that.
But we can prove her innocent in a real court of law. No matter what garbage they report on TV, we can set the record straight at the trial.
Yeah, well, let's get to examining. Okay, do you have anything to say? I don't think you do. Yeah. Let's talk to all the staff.
Excuse me. We're looking into the incident that happened at the Magic Show this morning. Oh, that? Yeah. I was the cameraman for that. Oh, wow, you need to be fired. You're horrible. You did such a bad job filming that. Like, even before the incident happened, you were not great at the camera. Can you tell us anything about what you saw? Bonnie was soups adorbs. That's not exactly what I couldn't get enough of her. I filmed her the whole time. Got some primo footage, if I do say so myself. I better quit it before he decides to share what he intends to do with said footage. You filmed Bonnie the whole time. Do I have the footage on me? Because, okay, I don't have the footage on me, but you almost certainly did not film her the whole time. Unless you're talking about before that, I suppose. I wonder what that guy sitting down there is doing. It looks like he's reading that script he's holding. What? Are you serious? Those two are gonna break up? What? And the series is going on hiatus because the cartoonist is sick? No way! I think he's reading a comic book he's hiding in the script. If you're gonna goof off on set, that's a pretty bold way to do it. Okay, well, how about we check over here? I feel like we get a lot more out of this than the faceless staff. This must be a video production workstation of some sort. That coffee cup looks awfully familiar. Yeah, that's where Mr. Vatins always sits. Oh, yeah, that's where Mr. Vatins always sits. He's very hands-on, you know. You'll always find him on the set of his projects. But he was here at the station during the Magic Show, right? Yeah, well, he had 2 shows going on at once this morning. He had his regular program to oversee here, so he couldn't be at the Penrose. So you can vouch for him, that he was here at the station during the Magic Show? What, like an alibi? Sure can. He was definitely here. Still, after a while, he couldn't stand being away from Penrose, it seems. As soon as his part was over here, he took a taxi to the theater. But he apparently didn't get there until after that thing had already occurred. Sounds like he's a rock-solid alibi. Alright. Looks like I can't touch any of his stuff. Do I just have to keep investigating the staff? Pardon me, I know you're busy right now. What are you guys, street? Street? Does that mean people off the street or something? We're Trucy Wright's lawyers. Oh, okay, lawyers. Got it. Well, what do you want? He must be really busy. He hasn't even looked this way. We're investigating the incident that occurred at the Magic Show this morning. And we heard that Roger Vatins was in charge of that program. Yeah, that's right. That guy hates magic, but the show is all his idea. Just between you and me, I think it was that Bonnie that egged him on. Egged him on? How so? I saw the two of them together, you know, walking along arm in arm. I bet she sweet-talked him into doing the program because she wanted to work. She hasn't been selling very well on her own, apparently. I see. Oh, hey, if you're looking into the incident, I guess you'd want the show footage, right? It's on the disc in my back pocket. If you want it, go ahead and fish it out. Wow, thank you very much. It turned out to be surprisingly helpful. Alright, I want to look at that. Well, I guess I got just about everything we can out of this place. Show me. Is this the same footage? Let's see. Yeah, it's the same footage, but I still want to review it. Yep, they don't... See, the thing is, how does Bonnie operate on stage if there's not 2 Bonnies? Because Trucy and Bonnie have both claimed that it was, in fact, her error. Like, yep, there's the thing that flies up there. Still don't know what it is. I suppose Mr. Hat couldn't have stabbed. Wouldn't make sense. Yeah, this is where the camera work starts getting terrible, and I don't even know why they did it like that. Yep. And it falls. And there's the body. Okay, we'll end it there. Recorded 427. Gotcha. It looks like Ratins' alibi is pretty airtight. But if that's true, then who could have killed Mr. Reyes? Well, it looks like we're pretty much done here. Should we go back to the office? We can get a snack and talk over our plan of attack. Sounds good to me.
Okay, well, who's gonna be at the office then? Right, there we go. I'm surprised that it's ending it here.
What in the world? What's going on here?
Oh yeah, see, I said they were gonna repossess stuff. I mean, are they gonna do that? Why are they doing this before the trial? That's interesting.
All these stickers say repossessed. Who did this? Who's responsible for this?
Whoa, now, this is a restricted area, champ. No trespassing.
Trespassing? But this is our office. You're the one who's trespassing.
Enough with the lip, boy. Don't tell me you forgot about your debt.
What are you talking about?
I'm just abiding by the contract. If the agency can't pay me, I have every right to seize its property. Am I right? But you had to go through the proper procedure, bud.
Just like that? We haven't even had a chance to take this to the trial.
Huh, if you're gonna be mad, shouldn't Trucy be the one you're mad at? I told you, it serves you right for getting involved with those grammaries.
Why, you dirty rotten. What are you going to do with all our stuff?
Sell it off, of course. Every last bit of it. That's why I'm seizing everything. And I'll take this little office of yours, too.
You think you can just waltz in here and do whatever you want?
Indeed I do. Unless you write whatever warehouse jokers got 3 million ready. That a no, then? Because I gotta recoup my money somehow. After all, that entire program went south because of Trucy. It's called liability for compensation, and this infantile agency is the liable party.
Why, you black-hearted... Hey, Apollo, what about the crooked clipboard?
It's no good. We don't have any proof that Ratins was behind it.
Darn.
You're gonna have to do better than that, folks. Looks like that famed Mr. Wright left behind nothing but incompetent noobs to run things.
No way. He was counting on Mr. Wright being away for this plan of his? What a two-bit thug. We'll show him.
Ha! There's the sugar. That's expression. It's priceless. So, how does it feel to lose the precious office your boss left you in charge of? Now, not to rub it in or anything, but I think you should know where you stand right now.
Oh man, what now?
Here, have a gander. The trial of the young up-and-coming magician Trucy Wright is scheduled for tomorrow. We're here just outside the office of the suspect, hoping for an exclusive peek inside.
What? Is this live? Apollo, look! There's a sea of reporters outside.
Oh, a questionable-looking pair peeking out the window at this very moment. Our viewers at home can see for themselves their vicious, brutal expressions.
Yellow journalism at its finest. Huh.
And that's the way it is. The majority of the public already think Trucy is guilty. They saw the whole thing happen with their own eyes during the show's live broadcast. Everybody in the country is against you.
No way.
No office, no allies. Are you sure you still want to represent that girl? Well, you know, it doesn't really matter if they're against us because there's no jury. I'm still upset about that, in case you're wondering, how we had that whole build-up to have the jury at the end of Apollo Justice, and we didn't ever mention it again. Still incredibly upset, and I probably will be forever.
Of course we do. We believe in her innocence.
Huh, go ahead, think what you want. It's a free country. Just know that you'll be the biggest losers in the end. In the meantime, feel free to keep flopping around like the dying fish you are. Now then, you gotta be out of here by tomorrow. Take it in this cozy little office tonight while you still can. Hang loose, baby.
I can't believe we let Mr. Wright's office get placed under seizure. Volva, this is just ridiculous.
Ah! Look out. Clear out. We don't want any murderers here.
Hey!
If it's a fight you want, I'll take you on. Come on. Let's get out of here before we get killed too. I can't believe this is happening. Well, we have to do something to protect ourselves, and fast. Alright. Oh, that's the song from from Apollo's game. What was it called? I don't remember. It was the one that Gavin was performing in with Lemira. Ah, it's Mr. Right. Apollo, I got your messages. How is she? Is Trucy okay? She's not crying, is she? Does she have a lawyer? Mr. Right, it's all a giant mess. Poor Trucy in the office. Our office! Apollo? Okay. We better both take a deep breath. Okay, it's explaining it off screen. Wow, I see. He's saying you had to be out by tomorrow? I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I wish there was something I could have done. This is quite the mess, isn't it? Even if I left right now, I wouldn't be there. No, this is quite the mess, isn't it? Even if I left right now, I wouldn't be there in time for the trial tomorrow. I'm sorry, Apollo, but I need you to handle this for me. Of course, we can handle the defense, but the office... It's too soon to give up on that. What do you mean? The contract only addresses Trucy's liability if she causes the show to be cancelled. So you just had to prove in court tomorrow that it wasn't Trucy's fault. Hey, you're right. So, everything depends on your winning that trial tomorrow. Trucy's fate, and the fate of our office. It's all riding on your shoulders, Apollo. I know. I'll be fine, right? Apollo! Huh? I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I can say with absolute confidence that you'll be fine. Really? I've seen you earn victory after victory in some pretty dicey situations, and guide Athena, helping her along the way too. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you, I'm fine. Everything will be fine. You can call me anytime if you feel you need to, but I'll be fine on my own, right? Yeah, I think so too. I can do this. That's the spirit. Give it your best out there, Apollo. Whew. What is it, Apollo? What are you smiling about? Who, me? It's nothing. Mr. Wright believes in me. I can't let him down. We have to win this trial, Athena. I couldn't agree more, and I'll do everything in my power to help. Alright. Our opponent tomorrow. Prosecutor Samadi. Oh, Sanmati, huh? Why now of all times? I forgot we were getting a new prosecutor over here. Who are we going to have on the Kurain side, I wonder? Still, I don't care who it is. I can't afford to let my guard down for anyone. Is it going to be the same guy, maybe? Is he going to come back to Kurain? Kurain? I can't believe I was saying Kurain. Oh, yes, the guy from the cover.
Oh, restless, wandering soul of the dead.
Oh, you're really quiet.
Prosecutor Sadmati. Oh. Sorry to disturb you, but I figured I should tell you. The lead attorney's been decided. It's Apollo Justice.
Man, this cutscene's really quiet. Anyway, I wonder... I wonder what's up with him. I mean, I don't think he's going to have any connection to Apollo, right? Still don't think this is going to be a multi-trial, or but like 3-day trial. I think it's going to be just the 2 days. I really don't see how they could drag it out to 3. Unless the 3rd day was arguing about the contract, but that would be weird. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. I guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this.
Get it together, Apollo. Yeah, Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sanmati guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh, yeah? What'd you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't gonna be a cakewalk, if that's true. Emma did say she'd talk to him for us, though. Here's hoping that it went well. In any case, it sounds like he's gonna keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy into the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine! There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! If you say so, Apollo. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine! Man, he's really getting worked up. Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rest on this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. And this is really feeling like the final Apollo trial to me. I mean, they could still work him into the ending, which I think they will. But this seems like it will conclude, like be a nice conclusion for him. Alright, here we are. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. And the prosecution? Prosecutor Sanmati? Okay, sorry I had to yawn there. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. Is that a voice I want to go with him? I'm not sure. His voice was not quite like that. It was very soft, kind of. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. That's slightly better, but it's not too much. No, that it's a slight difference, but we'll just try and feel him out as we go. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes, I see. You're a Kurainist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Kurain. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country, and may make many blunders. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Now then, Prosecutor Sanmati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace, known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. Nayuta Sanmati. He's really been making a name for himself, apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manov Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mr. Reus. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. Ah, that's the autopsy report. Good. Oh, what's this new song? Hold on, I need to really boost it on my end.
Okay. I'm not... Alright, I like this one. So, his death was just an unfortunate accident? It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see. And you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I, unfortunately, had no other choice but to conclude as such. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all. Very well. And now let us hear from the defense. Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? Well, you haven't explained anything either, mister. What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. Putrid mind?
Prosecutor Sanmati.
Excuse me, but I don't... Oh, oh no. Not the Naruto hand signs. Oh, I don't even think he's doing that one right. It's been a long time since I've seen Naruto, but I'm pretty sure the fingers were a little bit different in that position, weren't they? I think so. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've seen Naruto, so I don't quite remember. But that is a stark contrast he's just made compared to his previous mannerisms.
If you don't mind my asking, prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting?
A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Kurainist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real, as the kids say?
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victim souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But, should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell, along with Trucy Wright. Is he, like, threatening Apollo's life in the middle of a courtroom, or are we supposed to take this as a metaphor? Or not metaphorical, but metaphorically. Now, wait just 1 minute here. Putrid? Pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law?
Prosecutor Sanmati, that may be the way you conduct trials in Kurain, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here.
Your Honor, that was but a Kurainist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Oh? Is this going to be a running gag with him where he just says that, oh, no, this is just a Kurainese thing. Don't take it too seriously. I think I could get behind that gag. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize.
I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Kurain, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we have a look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it?
What?
Bailiff, please bring the first witness.
Alright. Oh, the Snackers are back. Now, let's see. Who's going to get hit first, I wonder?
Uh-oh. I thought she said goodbye to Snackoos. I wonder what Snackoos are even, like, made of. It seems to probably be some sort of chocolate. Detective Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. Oh, I guess Sky didn't show up in trial that much, did she? In Apollo Justice, did she show up in trial at all? I don't think so. If she did, the judge probably would not be talking to her like this because he knows what's coming. He would know what was coming. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? Oh, I thought she was gonna throw one at him. She, seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe that Trucy Wright is innocent. I'm sorry? Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But let it go and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Huh. Why did that seem to affect Emma so much? Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. Huh. Yeah, I was about to say, she didn't have any exposure to the supernatural before this. No, she definitely didn't. So, why is she afraid of the punishment, though? Is Sanmati somehow positioned above her? I mean, I suppose Edgeworth was always above Gumshoe. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Sanmati don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Grammary poster from the 13 years ago. Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Mr. Wright's dressing room? Yeah, there's a big cancelled sign over Mr. Reyes. This is a revised version of that poster. Does it say Mr. Reyes in his name? Yeah, okay, yeah, it says his real name is in the description, got it. This one says cancelled under Mr. Reyes. That's right, Mr. Reyes left the troupe after the first version of the poster was printed. So they just put cancel on it and kept printing it? Did they really need to make money off of it that much? I don't think many people would buy this. Using it. I guess they just used it, huh? Take a look at Mr. Reyes' right forearm, near his elbow. See that big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch, that's quite a scar. Because of the accident, Magnifi Grammary concluded Mr. Reyes was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifi announced Mr. Reyes wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifi's decision, Mr. Reyes tried to go on stage anyway. This, in turn, caused Magnifi to oust Mr. Reyes from the troupe on the spot. He kicked Mr. Reyes out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far? When it came to magic, Troupe Grammary was so passionate, or should I say, extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time. Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme... antics. And now, the troupe's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troupe's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. It seems that the people are really not liking him. So at least it seems they haven't been affected by the media too much, which, though I suppose it doesn't matter. You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Reyes apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troupe.
He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Troop Gramarye someday. Revenge, hmm? That certainly sounds antagonistic. Alright. And then his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Okay, here we go. Testimony time. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gramarye during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Reyes was going to first steal the Gramarye notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. Well, he didn't really steal it, and he didn't open it either. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Well, I suppose he could pick the lock, but would a magician's lock really be that simple? Especially Trucy's. I don't think so. Her only option was to kill Mr. Reyes and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFame, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Reyes said, I'm going to reveal all of Troop Gramarye's secrets on stage today. What? That isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me. Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense. Oh, and what's that? Oh, butterfly. Let it go, and move on. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully her own soul. Okay, can I turn the music up? There we go. Wow, that's a huge difference on my end. One possessed of unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. A stink bug? Now then, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Alright, here we go. First cross-examination of the night, or the day, or wherever. I think... Oh, there's badges for a life bar on this side. That's odd. Okay, let's see. I need to see here. Reyes was going to first steal the notebook, and he intended to reveal the secrets behind the magic trick during the show. Well, I guess he did steal the notebook, but this notebook has a lock on it. Is that related to this, perhaps? Defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal his secrets. Well, I can't really present anything against that at the moment because she's not saying how the murder occurred. So I think I should start with stealing the notebook, right?
Hold it!
Go ahead, press. Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Miss Wright killed Mr. Reyes to stop him from getting his revenge? Oh, that's weird. Saying Miss Wright instead of Mr. Wright? I think that's probably the first time that's come up. Of course I don't think that. But Trucy, we know what... Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Sky? Yes, you did. Please, recite my exact words to you. Emma Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused's friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully. Excellent. So you do remember what I said to you. Dang, he really got to her, huh? I mean, they already talked about the paperwork, but She's remembering. I mean, I guess she does probably have a good memory. Well, not really, because she kept failing the test. And tests... I suppose it'd be a practical test, wouldn't it? No, but she seemed to have the practical side all down. I wonder... how... what... no. Let's move on. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all. And back to the snackoos. This Holy Mother's no scientific concept I've ever heard of. Those two really don't get along, do they? Oh, well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water. As I was saying... Alright, well, if pressing her for stuff is just gonna end up with that, I probably should figure out something I should, or I can, present on. So let's see. Victim planned to get revenge. Well, we know about that because we have the statement. He was going to steal the notebook. We know that because he had the notebook. And he intended to reveal the secrets during the show. I mean, I guess that might be why the fire bucket was empty, but we're trying to find a contradiction here. Not a, not, what's it called? Not a, okay, I'm going to use Danganronpa terminology. Not a consent point. We're looking for a contradiction point. Yeah, victim's plan for revenge. Well, he didn't steal the notebook. Defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. I really don't think the defendant murdered him, though. Let's see, does this help? It would help if we were talking about how he died. That would help if we were talking about how he died. That would help if we were talking about Trucy's alibi. Same there. Man, what? Why is this first... Why... Between this one and the last one, these first steps have proven to be oddly difficult. Because even though I can see a path through the trial, I can't find a starting point. Well, do we just press everything, perhaps? Let's try pressing the first one, see if it's the same thing. Or, revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now? I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he was going to do it? After all... Detective Sky, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment. In the form of a salary evaluation. Okay, yeah, this is the same dynamic that, Edgeworth and Gumshoe had. Or at least on paper it is. Yep, back to the snackoos again, of course. Oh, wait, that's what divine punishment means? Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, Troop Gramarye was at the height of their popularity. But then their reputation declined, and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory. The defendant? And at such a young age, too. How impressive. Yes, the accused's skills at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her. It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Reyes plan to get his revenge? And please, put down the snackoos before you continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, considering how much information we got out of that, I think this might be a press everything situation.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. Reyes actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, Oh, does she not have evidence, or does she just not want to share it? Whenever you're ready, Detective. Fret not, Detective Sky. You have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made. Forensic discovery? And what did she discover specifically? Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further investigation, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Reyes. What? The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say, well done, Detective Sky. Then, you got a little too addicted to using your precious white powder, did you, Emma? See, why why did they stop calling it aluminum powder? I mentioned this earlier, but it seems a bit weird. Did they stop calling it that in the Japanese version of the game, perhaps? Well, no, even then it'd still be strange. Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Reyes intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge. Alright, well, first he stole the notebook. Yep. I'm going to reveal all the Troop Gramarye's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Reyes himself said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Gramarye secrets he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secret behind Troop Gramarye's magic. Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Reyes was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked. So, basically, Trussy's notebook was hiding in Mr. Reyes' things because she had stolen it himself? I see. Truly a motive that only a magician could have. Yeah, that's what the prosecution believes anyway. And then this last one. If this doesn't give me anything, then I'm gonna have to actually figure out what to present. I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was a murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadmati over there, because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in the next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. But please, don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that. Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. Oh? I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Reyes would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Reyes, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. Okay, well, okay. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area after being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1. Mr. Reyes was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The same coffin that the accused thrust her sword into. Yeah, but that still doesn't explain how he got stabbed in the back, even though the sword went into the side. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course, Detective Sky. That's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. You what? He actually had proof? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not. Detective, please add to the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. Well, you found her fingerprints on the tape, but doesn't Trucy wear gloves everywhere? I mean, everyone in the Troop Gramarye wears gloves, with the exception of Mr. Reyes, who wears fingerless gloves. Do I have anything here regarding the, what's it called? The gloves? No, I don't. Well, let's see. The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she moved it during the show. Well, during the show, she was only under stage during the switch section. But she did not tell anyone that she had to move the lifts. So I assume I just present this, right?
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. Huh. Okay, well, okay, let's see where I went wrong. So we can't present anything about the glove she was wearing. No, I can't talk about how she didn't have time to do that. Actually, I could press on this and it could give me an expanded argument. I made that mistake several times in the previous game, so let's try that now. Oh, what made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, I bet it was Detective's intuition. I dusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints. Oh? I dusted pretty much every single surface in that theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me. It's great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such a thing as too enthusiastic. The tape was moved to guide Mr. Reyes into the coffin that was downstage? If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints are on the tape. I wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation. Okay, well, we need to go back to that last statement, because it's not an expanded argument, but we still have to figure out how we go about this. Let's see. That is not going to help us, right? Yeah, not help us. Nope, not there. No, no. No, I don't think so. I mean, okay, well, clearly our guy here, Mr. Reyes, was not planning to die or have the show interrupted because he was wearing his wire. I should note that, since I haven't noted that yet. But let me see. Unknown finger... Oh, that's where it was. I can't talk about her gloves. It's in here. I forgot about that. Here you go.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. It doesn't. Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. Yeah, I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. In fact, she's always wearing gloves. I've never seen her without them. Oh! She must have left the prints somewhere sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove that she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh, my. But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence that the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim. I see. Apparently, the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate. Come on, you can bump me up at least to a stag beetle now, can't you? Would that really be any better? Of course, way better! Stag beetles are cool, with those huge mandibles of theirs. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide, and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. So, what you're saying is the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was an involuntary manslaughter. I was about to bring that up, because if we change what the trial is about, then we pretty much get a refresh on our days. Not that we need it. I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime would be mitigated. Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, Then do you argue that it was an accident?
This is it. The all-important question. The defense argued that Mr. Reyes' death was...
I think it's still murder, just murdered by someone else. He was stabbed in the back. How do you explain that in this situation?
The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party.
A third party? As in, the true culprit is someone else? Yes, and if, you know, we discuss it a bit more, I'm sure it'll come to light that it was probably the twin sister that I'm pretty sure Bonnie has. That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Well, I suppose it could just be a random backstage person, but I'm still pretty solid about that twin theory. Surely, you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life.
I've been demoted to a vegetable.
Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant.
In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim.
Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then.
Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that I need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin?
A very good question. Now, let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin? Well, let's see. Getting him up into the coffin from understage would be an extraordinarily awkward procedure. But at the same time, if we look at the picture... Oh, we don't have a picture of the coffin's backside, do we? I don't think he was killed while in the coffin, because the backside was solid, I think. Or at least the panel on the backside was solid, which means it would have to be swapped out. I mean, the camera indicates... Well, the camera doesn't show, really, the coffin until the moment... Well, actually, it doesn't show the coffin at all, really, after it's fallen apart. So we won't be able to tell if anyone swapped it out mid-show. But then again, did he die mid-show? I feel like he would make some noise if it happened. I think he was probably killed... Oh, there's no blood inside the coffin, though. He was killed... And where were the fingerprints? How about that? Where are the fingerprints? Prints on the coffin lid from Bonnie. Prints on the side panels from Mr. Reyes. Prints on the top panel from an unknown. Tracy wore gloves. And let me see. Let me position myself. Where would he... He would be facing towards the back, which means he was probably killed before the show. And then his body was somehow pushed into it. So which means if he's killed before the show... No, I think he still got killed inside the coffin. But, if they went to the trouble of wiping the blood, why not wipe the prints? Huh. Because he was clearly in the coffin alive if he put his hands there. Okay, well, we'll say he's killed in the coffin for now.
I suppose the victim might have been killed inside the coffin.
Exactly. And who was the one who thrust the sword into the coffin?
It was Right.
Okay, well, that's not the argument I was trying to make. I was trying to say he was killed in the coffin at an earlier time. Your Honor, it would appear that the defense has finally given up. Please, render your verdict.
Now wait just a minute. I said might have been. I didn't say definitely was.
Did you really think such verbal acrobatics would get you off the hook?
If only I could have stuck the landing no better.
Why don't you try again, defense? Yeah. Okay, well, killed under stage and pushed up into the coffin? But how did his handprints get on the top like that? Or...
What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go?
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sanmati? That is the third time. The third time of what? Yeah. Oh, been a while since we had something thrown at us. What the heck is this? What's up with this game and making voices so quiet? Ah! Ow! Ow! My head! What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you needed to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon? Now? There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Kurainism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake. Uh-huh. A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right? No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Just great. And it is, in this case, you are that frog defense. What exactly is your point anyway? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who, then, had the opportunity to do so during the show? Well, let's see. The people in the show were Bonnie DeFemme, the victim, Mr. Raves, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFemme was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Now, do you see? The accused killed Mr. Raves as he waited on standby in the understage passage. Well, okay, so we both Trucy, well actually no, I guess just Trucy, but Trucy has talked about how important it is for the backstage people to be present in order for all the tricks to work. So there was clearly a bunch of people backstage, and there were also, which also means that someone could have been understage, because it's not like the coffin back there was locked. So no, I do not think your argument is great. Also, I still think Bonnie has a twin. And then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. No! No! I need to get used to being loud again. My throat's a bit better now. Oh, great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment. I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole. Alright. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's Athena, right. It's been a while since I heard her objection. Sorry, but I had to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you... There's something I wanted to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. Oh? Are we doing a emotion segment right now? You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home. But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Saadmati, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understate's passage, then his body would have been hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in that coffin. That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendants. I don't even think I could do it.
What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now?
In my religion, the priestess of Kurainism is as, are the priestesses of Kurainism are as revered as bleh. Let's start that over. In my religion, the priestesses of Kurainism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective.
It says the man who called this fair maiden a little child.
Where is he going with this? Trucy is really small. Like, it doesn't even, like, I don't see where he's going with this. Who's a fair maiden? I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How, indeed, was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Trucy Wright, that is.
You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that'd be even possible.
But of course. He's gonna talk about the lift, isn't he? But the lift is stuck, isn't it? Or there was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up.
Huh? Wait, you really can explain it?
I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness. Well, well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor. It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial.
He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he?
It's pretty hard to believe.
Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may. One moment, Detective Sky.
I'm sorry for, you know, the way I handled all of this.
You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable.
It was?
Yes, you served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work.
Thank you.
I hope we can work together again in the future.
Emma seems pretty bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him.
Now then, let us call the next witness. Alright, is this next one gonna be... Oh, yep, Bonnie. I thought so. Now... I wonder how she's gonna act now that Trucy's in the room whenever we start talking about her, motives, if we talk about her motives right now. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's nice to meet all of you. I'm a lagomorphing
Lagomorphing?
I'm a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie the Fam. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you.
Please, witness. There's a time and a place for all things, including magic.
But would it be okay to do just a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine.
Oh? That is your second time.
My second time doing what?
There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct?
Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering?
Wow, this guy is fantastic so far. He actually is demonstrating the ability to keep control over his witnesses, which is something that I think all three previous prosecutors have lacked due to, comedy purposes, if you will. And I'm really liking this vibe he has, because he really isn't being played as a joke. Oh, actually, I guess Godot could keep control of his witnesses, yeah. I almost forgot about him, dang. But yeah, compared to Black Quill from the previous game, I'm liking this guy a whole lot more. May we have your testimony, witness? You've recovered from your once you've recovered from your disappointment.
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I?
As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
Sure, you're a real fan, all right. Of destroying Trucy, you mean? All right, here we go. Now,
I can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift the dead body up if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have... If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift too. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
Okay, interesting. You were on stage for the whole time? And you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV show footage as well.
I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Reyes, not little old me.
Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty.
You've got to be kidding me.
Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright. I need to check the evidence to see if the stage lift was broken, or if it... I'm not sure how exactly these stage lifts operate. Stage lift Trucy had to move out of the way during the show, since it was already all the way up. Well, that's not really proof that it was all the way up, it's just that Trucy said it was all the way up already, and we couldn't get it down. Alright. Possible if you use the stage lift, that's fine. You think she must have used stage lift 2. Well, why don't you tell me more about that, huh?
Stage lift number 2? You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? That's right. With a stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift the dead body up into the stage.
And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion?
Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up? Defense. What position was stage lift 2 in after the show?
Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position.
Ah! And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper.
So now I'm also evil? Instead of loud?
Okay. Well, were you on stage the entire I guess what you were. Did you do your teleporting act, though? I mean, you did do the teleportation trick, so you weren't necessarily on stage the entire time. We'll press that as well.
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage?
Huh?
Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. You gotta be kidding me! Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right there in the footage. Or are you too much of an idiot to see?
Mr. Pham, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different.
Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Teehee.
You didn't just snap. You broke character just now.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time, performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance?
Flawless? That's odd considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. Pham, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him on the left side of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right side of the coffin instead. And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around. I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Teehee.
Okay. And where are we going to move on to from here?
Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony.
Yeah, and we can't bring up Trucy moving the lifts as an alibi, because she's the one who brought it up, but she's also the accused.
Now do you see who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling, pronto. Do it quick, before you keel over up there.
I beg your pardon?
Oops, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry.
I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense? Are you ready to let it all go now?
Of course not. I'll never give up.
I see. I suppose this, too, is fate. The sacred scriptures of Kurainism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against his fate, Papal Bulging seems most appropriate.
People... boy... what? Oh, wait, that's Kurainese.
Oh, what sort of terrible place is Papal Bulging?
The place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss.
At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an antlion's sandpit trap. Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
Oh, wow, Kurainist hell is closer to home than I thought.
Now then. It would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage.
How are we supposed to get our way out of this jam? Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use my analytical psychology.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. I mean, I don't really see a time better to use it than against the person who is clearly hiding their emotions. I just don't want to do it. Let's hope I've learned at least something about how to do this, because I still do not like it.
You mean... I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying.
I think we all did, Athena.
See? Winnie's just picking up on the noise in her heart, too.
That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with that super sensitive hearing.
She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices.
Oh, don't give me the whole tutorial. Come on.
All right, Athena. Let's give it a try. You got it.
Hold it!
Oh, great.
Your Honor? I'm afraid that our witness, Mr. Pham, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident.
She is?
Yes, what with that terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she's unfit to testify. What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. Oh, you know, that's a clever joke. I like that one.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh, my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person.
Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Hold it. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Tee.
Oh, there goes the rabbit. Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out the feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear onto the mood matrix, where I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask. How do emotions constitute evidence? While I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se, I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try. I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness. I'll disturb you! Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadmati. Now, let's get started. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course! You're the lead in this case, after all. Fair enough, but do I really need a refresher? No, do not give me a tutorial, please. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. You ready, Widget? Let's do this. Now then, let's see. Is it going to be the exact same UI as last time? I imagine it will be. It was on the same hardware. Not even that far apart. Oh, yep, same thing. I guess Trucy's the one who killed Mr. Reyes. Even she could move the body with that lift. Okay, it does go up using power, then why can't it be lowered? I was on stage at the time. But that terrible mistake. My stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. Well, this is the most obvious one ever. There you go. Why are you happy about it? Tell me. I have to say, Mr. Fem, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you are feeling happy about it. Oh, I think I can guess why you are feeling happy. It must because... you messed Trucy up, right? I don't want to misread this. I think you're happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy that I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers, don't you know? Because we saw you. I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble. And even how it was what she deserved. Oh! It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. Oh, look at that. 50% in one go. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get it down to 0. Well, Mr. Fam, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, sweet little, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be. Keep that up, Mr. Fam, and you're gonna have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. What? I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole, you know-nothing know-it-all. Is this supposed to be a sympathetic character? Somehow? I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I might get flustered. Mr. Fam, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free. Oh. Oh, Oh, is she gonna transform, perhaps? I hope so. That'd be interesting. Not really, just the facial expression changed.
Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look.
Oh. Hey, she is gonna transform. Oh, she's bat-themed now.
Hehehe.
I suppose I suppose it was kind of always there, huh? I wonder. What? No. We'll keep that. We'll keep the thoughts away about her new design until we've seen her talk a bit more. Oh, what in the world?
Sheep's clothing? You've got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. Hee 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 hee.
Oh, I don't like doing hee laughs.
Ah! I think we just opened Pandora's box.
Why? Thomas, stop laughing. I don't like this.
Hee hee hee. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. Hee hee hee.
Well, you still have the bunny tail on. Defense, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Miss Sykes?
Methinks I created a monster.
We blew it.
Hey, you, lobster boy.
Who, me?
You think I'm glad Trussy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right. Hee hee hee.
This is almost as bad as the snake girl laughing. I didn't even realize she was laughing until the end of that trial. Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm?
Well, the bat is out of the bag now. Hee hee. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor.
When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot!
That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony?
Alright, I'll update the moon matrix with the new info.
Well, yeah, Trucy never told anyone about the moving the lifts.
Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony.
Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now?
Well, from this point onward, you just need to do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it.
Alright, I've got you now, Bonnie DeFam. Yep, to the new information we go. And we present the lifts, right? Not that one, no. There we go, the statement. That doesn't make sense.
What? So you think I'm crazy now?
No. That's not the point I was trying to make.
But I didn't hear you denying it.
Mr. Pham, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right. And I still say that's just what she did.
But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts?
Huh?
According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so.
What?
So how could you possibly have known what she had done, unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts on the understage passage, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, back to the moon matrix. Alright. Nope, not back there yet. Oh, we're not going back at all, it seems. Is this... So I wonder, is this supporting my twin act, well, not twin act, twin theory, or not? Because obviously she went down there when she... Okay, well, okay, so she clearly went down there upon teleporting. But... was... I think this does support a twin theory. You did it, Apollo! Noise levels are at 0%! But, Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean... Yes, Your Honor. Miss Pham herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are the one artful liar, Mr. Pham, and one spectacular suspect. Yeah! Oh, it really looks like wings on the backside, huh? Oh, and the tail moved. Was that intentional? Oh, why, you shiny red lobster boy? You're saying I killed Mr. Reyes? I'm saying it's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well. My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Miss Pham was on stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh, yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. I guess the party's over. But Miss Pham knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sabmati? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Miss Pham about it, but then forgot. Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Miss Pham really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the make sense part. Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain the witness was in two places at once? I think there's two Bonnies. Yeah? Well, okay, well, see, this is a problem. Because my theory is that she has a twin, or a body double, because that would also work. Probably a twin, though, because she had two sets of makeup and two cups and all that. So they're clearly very close. But, do I say that Bonnie on stage was a fake because it's a body double? Or do I say there's two Bonnies because it's a body double, or a twin? Not to mention, the teleporting, that's obviously the wrong answer because it's supposed to be taken literally in this case. The teleportation is whenever they perform the switch. So, I'm going to go with there were two Bonnies because that's what feels right to me. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were... two of them? I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose 2. No, 3 screws to the head should right in his putrid brain. Very well. Bailiff, could you... No, wait. Please listen to my argument. Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As was argued earlier, Miss Pham is shown in the footage this whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Mr. Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sanmati? This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. You know, did they just stop doing background checks on the witnesses? I'm pretty sure that was a point that came up in the final trial of the first game, that they couldn't background check Yanni Yogi because he was lacking fingerprints and all that, but they usually do. Why do they not know about this? Oh, I guess, did they know about the twin either in the second game? I don't remember that. Oh well, I suppose it doesn't matter too much. I'm just trying to think of the continuity. That we should waste no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. But we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonnie DeFam in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the Bonnie on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie DeFam is our second Bonnie. Yeah, she is. Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just the piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bonnie 2 exists. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2? Well, unfortunately, I couldn't, take a picture of the dressing room. Does this say anything? Does not seem so. In that case, oh, it would be the fingerprinting results. Yeah? Because there's a fingerprint that we had not seen before? We should check everything else just in case. Yeah, it's gonna be the fingerprinting results. What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin off the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in the case. An unknown third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. So, the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Miss DeFam? Or should I say Bonnie number 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Yeah. Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but at any time. It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sanmati. And I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie DeFam's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? It's preposterous to suggest that these prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sanmati, can you really look at her and still say that? What are you looking at? Take a picture. It'll last longer. How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2? Yeah! She's been having a lot of exclamatories. Well, witness, is what the defense has said true? Fine. I admit it. The fingerprints are mine. Then, does that mean you aren't but Bonnie DeFam? What? Ridiculous. Are there really 2 Bonnies?
Nope, there's only one Bonnie. That's because... I'm Betty. Betty the Femme. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime. And... oh, okay. Well, I was about to say poof, but I guess they weren't gonna just pop out of nowhere. Oh. And there they go, the twins. I was right. I was right. I don't think we've gotten something like that where you can tell something based off of evidence that you don't get to put in your evidence, like actually into your court record, in a while. I think the last time was like noticing that Edward was left-handed. Well, not necessarily. Like something big like this. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just forgetting all the other games. I could be. But I feel proud of myself, to say the least. What an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split into two people. It's not a trick. No gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. What? Twins? So, that's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. Our days of sneaking around are finally over. Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it. So, which one of you is the nice Bonnie the fam we met in the dressing room? That would be me. And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw the ratings Raja on the stage was... Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued? It's all starting to make sense now. Alright. So, Mrs. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So, Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was understage, did have the opportunity. Hey, I did it. I grunted preemptively there. Well, so we now have two suspects. Wait just a minute here there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Well, speak up, huh? Please, save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during this show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage list before being moved. So, what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back. Prosecutor Sanmati, Betty DeFemme is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your Twilight Hell or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil. An interrogation hell. Yeah. Now then, Betty DeFemme, please explain to this court, what exactly were you doing under the stage? Alright. This is probably going to be the only session of trial where we have the twins on stage. I can't imagine there would be a reason to justify having them both on at the same time after this. In which case, this is almost certainly going to be a 2-day trial. At least I think so. It's true. I had business in the other stage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reyes was supposed to do? That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't see because of the accident. Shut up, you're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was really busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes.
What were you gonna give away, huh?
Well, that was certainly different. How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi?
Oh. Oh.
Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
It seems like your sister there's struggling a bit. Oh my, she's floating.
Your Honor? You can see she's being held up from below. You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But... I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out.
Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Alright, well, we gotta press that one statement before anything else. There we are.
So, what exactly do you mean by you're gonna give it away? See, Bunny, you and your big mouth. Now Lobster Boy wants to know what we're talking about. I'm sorry.
Yes, well, if you were preparing for the next magic trick, I'm sure you wouldn't have had time to commit murder.
Wow, looks like the old geezer isn't seen out just yet, huh? I bet you'll live a good long life.
Oh, I plan to be sitting up here at least another 10 years.
Another 10 years? I don't know about that. What did we discuss about inner monologues, Athena? Well, more power to you, I guess. In any case, I was so busy I didn't have time to off anybody.
Okay, I guess we don't get to know. Well, let's see. So I had to make sure we were prepared for it. Well, this is the bucket, right? So I should press it so they talk about the preparing for it, and then I talked about the bucket, how it wasn't ready.
And you are taking every necessary precaution, is that right? Of course, every precaution. After all, it's a very dangerous trick that uses real fire. I mean, we had to be ready in case the curtain caught on fire or something, right? By the time people realize it wasn't a part of the act, it might be too late, huh? If by people you mean Athena Sykes, then yeah.
Wow, a fire trick. That sounds really impressive.
Hehe, your beard would go up in old smoke, old man. I bet people mistake you for a cue ball or something without it.
A cue ball?
But Betty, don't be rude to the judge. But Betty, you know that fire trick?
Okay. Okay, well, I think I just present the bucket, don't I?
Objection!
Yeah, okay.
I hate to break it to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No one except for me, you mean? Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped.
Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony?
The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket laying empty backstage except for a layer of dust.
Oh, they have to get bonked and sink at some point, right?
You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? You got me.
How so? Betty DeFemme, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. We can't hide it any longer. I might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she knew the show wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and the show would be cancelled. Yeah. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs off of you. Is that what you want, huh? Whatever, they can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secrets, I'm a magician. You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit, Defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? And yet, I can see that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic acts, witness. The deceitful trickery? As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting to your guilt?
Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do. You... Lobster boy? Cue-ball geezer? Headcase brat? Cerberus monk?
Cue-ball geezer?
Headcase brat? Really? Betty, calm down. Come on now, deep breaths. Deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you. Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you, we can't reveal our secrets.
Okay. Short theory time. So obviously, Betty is in cahoots with, what's his name? Roger? That's his first name? Yeah, Roger Ratins. So that's why she knows that something was going to go wrong. In fact, they probably both knew. But then the question remains, who did it? Because not anyone in our court record, clearly. Because Ratins has a very solid alibi. Unless he walked in the back, did the crime, walked out the back, walked in the front. Yeah. I think that our murderer is in fact going to be someone who we're going to meet in the next stage of investigation. Because I can't imagine Ratins being the one who did it. But at the same time, these two were definitely in on it. Not like the murder, but in on the show being canceled in order to get the $3 million.
We're under contract. Contract? What is she talking about? But be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case.
Uh-huh.
Allow me to summarize your assertions, Defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witnesses and the accused are the only two who could have done it.
Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage.
But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason?
Like what?
In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling in from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance.
Okay. Oh. Well, planned out?
After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines. How very industrious of you. I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank.
Yeah.
Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, and the show being suspended? You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct?
Is that true? Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it anymore. Dang it, fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Reyes showing up dead in the coffin, the set piece falling down, it was all completely scripted.
It was all a prank. Huh? Oh, Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes, Mr. Reyes was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So, he was in on it too?
That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how this prank script went.
What?
What the heck kind of a prank is that? But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Reyes.
I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
Alright. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Hehe, just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else.
Oh, okay. The other bunny was a bat.
After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Reyes' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right, I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece and made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Reyes to come back to life in front of the panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly out and away. That's how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he just kind of stayed on the ground.
Uh-huh. Well, what kind of sick joke is that? It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor offended was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all that Ratings Raja's idea anyway. Yeah, it sounds just like the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with.
You know, that really seems like the sort of thing you'd get sued for. I mean, it's obviously, because it involves the guy pretending to be dead, set up specifically for the murder. So I wonder what made him take this approach specifically. The more we go on with this, the more I am confused about the motives of... Oh, wait. Did I... Ratins. Is that supposed to be... Oh, it's like ratings. How did I not figure that out until now? But yeah, the point is, I'm not really getting his motive. Obviously, he hates the troop Grammary for some reason. We'll see. This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings, Raja. Why does someone call him by his name? Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid. But where does this all leave us? Where does this leave us all? Who killed the victim? And when? Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Reyes was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as a part of the prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who is also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh, well, now that we spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Hey, I was right earlier whenever I said he had probably died in the coffin. Greetings, viewers, it is I, the great Mr. Reyes. Wait, do I give him the Grammary voice? Eh, why not? Let's give him the same one I gave, what was it, Valak? Greetings, viewers, it is I, the great Mr. Reyes. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I am about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, oh-ho! I will be in it, acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Oh, I can hardly wait. And where does him revealing, the secrets come into this? He's about to hide in the coffin? Let me see, does this say anything about the book? No, it doesn't. So he was probably malicious, right? It would seem that the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFam was and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Reyes appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. In defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Reyes entered the coffin. Oh, so does that mean... Yes, it is horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Reyes was hiding. Trucy Wright thrust her blade. See? Told you so. So, are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? It would seem to be an accident, if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it. Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence. Oh, it's the fake signature again. We know where this came from. See, why would she sign the whole thing in a different font? That just doesn't make sense. It's a fake signature. Wait, why do they even... I mean, I guess they did it to make it seem legit. That's really stupid. Why would it be like that? It looks like some sort of note. Ah! That's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. What's this? Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Reyes comes tumbling out? It is a note, signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Reyes' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trixie knew about the prank. It does bear her signature, I'll give you that much. So, the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank? It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So, she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood, chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? Of course not. And I didn't write or sign that note. Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Reyes. You have to believe me. Well, we already know the answer to this. It's the carbon paper. With that being said, I'm going to have to mute for a second because you guys can't hear it because of the noise gate, but I'm starting to wheeze quite a bit, so I need to take my medicine. Alright, I'm good now. Should go away in a second. Not that you guys will be able to tell. The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma, if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright. It is time to resign yourself to your fate. No, I didn't do it. Ha! I knew it. That sweet-looking girl, a murderer? She took all this in with that act of hers. I told you, I knew she was a homicidal little witch from the start. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Shut up, you killer. We won't fall for that anymore. Judge, this is where you're supposed to silence the audience. And they're not supposed to be talking. This is bad. Well, I guess he got it for us. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling, and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves. Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Trixie Wright. Thank you, Paulo. The defense has an objection. Apollo. You. Even now, you would... I won't give up. I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trixie, who's put all her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claim, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have any Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, there is no question that the defendant thrust the sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions.
we can't take everything we see at face value.
So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved?
Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it that Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin?
Oh, really? This is where we're going? I thought we were going to take the angle of the carbon paper. But I suppose this works as well. Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing.
That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death.
Isn't it just the picture of him being stabbed in the back? I need to be careful here. Let me reread what it says. The sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Well, she said she swapped the swords. Yeah? And yet, here is the rubber sword. And it says... Well, I mean, if the swords were swapped before the trick, who's to say they weren't swapped after? Because she did drop the sword. And then things became obscured, and then she probably tried to find someone instead of staying put. So is it the sword stand? I was really completely underprepared for this angle. I don't think it's this, because even though he was stabbed in the side, for some reason that hasn't come up yet. So I'm going to say it's the sword stand. Because of the rubber sword. Oh, what's this? A sword from the show?
Well, that's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand on her stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on the record that she remembers very clearly that she did.
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with a rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one.
Do you not know when to give up, stink bug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is an incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one.
But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with a crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed, given that Mr. Reyes was alive when he entered that coffin?
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial.
Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it. Somehow. Too close for comfort, but still.
Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and defense to use this time to prepare. What did that get updated? I didn't read that. Traces of blood on the coffin's hole. Okay. Man, this is a long trial. I guess it really is a 2-day trial, huh? They probably would have had a lot shorter if they were going for all 3. Or maybe they just decided to pack a lot of content into this game, since they were probably planning for this to be the last one in the main series.
Whew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. He barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor's son Marty either. You know, with the way he says, let it go and move on as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Whoa, boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Got your next evil scheme in the works ready? What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now, smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammary Creed tells you to do? Here's something interesting. Why is he even allowed in here? This is a waiting room. How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of the troop Grammary? Hey, go away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Something that's charged into frame. It looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Oh, okay, well, we found his motivation. He was a part of the troop Grammary. Or at least he wanted to be a part of it, or he was a competitor to them. I wonder if he has a scar on his arm. That's a crazy theory that I just came out of nowhere. Because the scar on the arm is perfectly hidden by his sleeves, if he were to have it. And let me see, which arm is that? That's his right arm, which we cannot see in this photo. But we are assuming this is in fact the guy. But what if this guy also had? No, I think that's stupid. I don't think this guy is Mr. Reyes. I don't know where I was going with that, but seeing him do a magic trick and then put his arm up in a way that I cannot see his elbow sort of just triggered something in me. Let's move on. Uh-huh? Well, what happened to the camera? It just disappeared right before our very eyes. Heh. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. What's that coin he has, by the way? Okay, we can't see the coins there. Just wanted to check one more thing. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. He called in some of Trucy's fans. But for what purpose? Apollo, that thing Mr. Ratins just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way, but I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer? Who is this? Oh, okay, Bonnie. Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty, who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you had to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrain. But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me, now. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out with Buddy constantly hovering over her like that. Court is about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying? Yeah, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Ratins has up his sleeves. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. He better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine. Oh, there goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. All right, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy right, and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. Atta girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this.
Alright, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus up on the rest of the trial. Alright, here we go. Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright, magician. Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch.
Throw the murderer in jail, the last member of that criminal troupe. Boo, we don't want to see you on stage anyway. Order, the gallery will be quiet or I will have all of you thrown out on the spot.
What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Rattin's invited.
What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out. Now then, Mr. Wright, or Miss Wright, this court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to the rubber one on stage. So please, testify about this issue. She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry and convict her already. Give her the death penalty. Nyahahaha. Silence, all of you. I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves.
In spite of everything, she's still smiling.
Our Trucy's amazing, isn't she?
She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following that troop Grammary creed even now. She really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody.
Oh? Okay. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Sordo. There, I've switched it. And now... Hup! As you can see, the blade is not steel but rubber.
I wonder, did she just like put him in her little Mr. Hat slot that she has in her back? I mean, I assume it's just like a pocket dimension back there. Bravo, Miss Wright.
Wow, she switched them in a flash. I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Oh, where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So, when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I?
Oh.
That's our Trucy.
Yeah, still. Miss Wright? That part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in the court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there, but now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Alright. Well, I don't think she did the spin in the video, did she? Let's check it real quickly. Can I hope I can speed up the video. Can I? I cannot. Well, I guess we're watching it. And it's gonna take a while. At least there's no Blue Badger music this time, eh? So, Mr. Hat raises the sword up. We don't get to see if Mr. Hat swaps the sword. Well, he spins, but he doesn't hide it when he spins, so he didn't. Yep, and there's that shadow that's still unexplained. Here's Trucy with, presumably, the real sword. And then she doesn't spin. And she stabs without spinning. Okay. Yep, it's the... we gotta... Let's see. Okay. Let me see. Is this the spin? There we go. And then we present the video, right? I hope so.
Objection!
Yep, there we go. Perfect. Mr. Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appeared on the show footage. What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times. Then what's going on here? Mr. Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it! So, is the exact moment you switch the swords? Yes, that's right. I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused's lies for me. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor. That wasn't my intention. I mean... I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it. Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false. But... now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap the swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by the way, it was not you, Mr. Justice. Was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Reyus's death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense, The defense has an objection. To you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. Now! But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something, I'm sure of it. Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after the court is adjourned? Now, after all of this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage. Though, through her actions, I'm afraid I've come to the same intentions of the accused. I've come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. It's such a shame. But I did switch the swords, I swear! You're knee-deep in it now, Justice. Alright, how did this work? Oh? Excuse me? Let's see. You are, which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Bonnie? It's Bonnie. You're mixing the two names together, Your Honor. Oh, pardon me. And, do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
About what?
The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Reyes.
Bonnie?
Hey, what's the big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician? Oh, such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength.
She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death sentence.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy Wright? You've practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart.
Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is this topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess?
Yes. Ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if it was shown on TV. I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday. But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show?
Well, I have some show footage.
You do?
One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. And then right afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present.
He did?
To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Please, submit that footage to the court. Alright. Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. Yes, show me. Is this gonna have to do with that little flying thing we see? Wow, it's from backstage. Interesting. How'd they get back there? Oh, and it is in fact as creepy as we thought. Okay. Suppose we won't be seeing that thing lift up into the air. I'm not seeing anything so far. Oh, that is different. Cards came flying over at her. Why did they give me the option to skip? I need to see this. Oh? What just happened? That's very different than what we saw. Wow. Okay then. He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work.
Well, Defense, do you still believe this new footage is worth inspecting?
Of course I do. Okay, so how are we going to go about this?
Well, let's try comparing the two. We might just find an inconsistency between them.
An inconsistency, huh?
Yeah, the two pieces of footage are the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two,
we'll know what Bonnie found strange.
Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword-switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well. I will allow it. What a waste of time.
Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage?
No, I've never done it before.
I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use the fast forward button. And if you want to go back, use the rewind button. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback.
Okay, and how do I switch between the two videos?
Use the switch camera button. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different, and present it to the court.
Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff.
Not really, I just gave it some gusto, and then went with my gut on most of it.
What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try. This looks like it was a touchscreen thing. Anyway, this is the original footage, right? Well, let's fast forward a little bit. I'd like to see... Yeah, look, see that? Okay, we cannot get a clear look. That looks kind of like Mr. Hat. I mean, I feel like I'm seeing... Oh, is it Mr. Hat's shadow? No, I don't think so. Well, anyway, the point is... cards. The cards that fly over here. Oh, I saw it. Where was it? There. Right here. Here's the cut. We found it. And let's go find the other footage. I think the thing we are looking for is the cards, right? Oh, they line up automatically for us. Perfect. And, present. Pow. Got it. We were provided edited footage, Your Honor. This is it, right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front.
Hey, you're right. What's going on here?
Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards?
Those, they're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick.
What? Mr. Justice, does this mean... Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find. Yes, Your Honor. Oh? Who stopped us? No, who let him in here? Come on, really? Wait, is this gonna be a one-day trial? No way, right? It's you. Now, hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. Well, I mean, you can defend yourself, but we still need to get the evidence. And, who might you be? Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here's my business card. Charmed to meet your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Satamati. Please, take my card. A business card? Ah, yes, I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I've even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lackin', homie, for example. Oh, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, Witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before. Yes, Roger Attins, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby." Is he showing up on his own shows because he's, like, driving away people and he needs money or something? I don't think the money is his motivation. I do still think the grammar thing is his motivation. In fact, I'm absolutely certain of it, but I think that could play a big part. Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja. Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Sadmati, how do you know so much about him? In preparation for this case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. What? You went to Burger Barn? Who would have thought? You must really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? That line, woo! Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with the jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Prosecutor Sadmati's unexpected enthusiasm for food inside. Mr. Ratins, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Alright. This is normal so far. Wonder if he's going to put another cut in it. I don't think so. That'd be pretty bad for him if he did. Yep, there we go. So she swaps the sword. Perfect. Did you see the part that was cut there, where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. And it seems like the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Reyes. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So, yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reyes when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be corpse. So, you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how exactly did you think he was killed? It was after the dragon's set piece came crashing down. I say, Trucy murdered Mr. Reyes when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon, and nobody would have been the wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to see it just see it for yourselves. Yep, we noticed that earlier as well. Oh, at this point? I don't think I saw one at this point, did I? Okay. Oh, it's that thing again, yeah. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. No, it's just Mr. Hat. Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way. The witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot. Well, that would be fine with me. Prosecutor Sadmati? This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I've got to say. Promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites of the victim, I will have you removed. All right. With Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Rettins. Roger Rettins, the ratings Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. What does he have to say? Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that the particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? Well, you have an ulterior motive for this whole thing, really. I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword-swapping scene was cut? That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
A coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. Sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There. You got some good stuff there. Mr. Rettins, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Oh, whoops. My bad, Judge. And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during the cross-examination. Alright. So, I think I need to... I don't really need to do a new, theory here. But I will say, this is seeming more and more like it's going to be a one-day trial, which is odd. But I'm starting to lean towards that, because this one day in trial is starting to last a very long time, and Rettins has taken the stand, and we've already gotten to the twin thing. I really don't see how anyone else would be involved. Now, let's see. Scenes are spliced together. Now then, I think the ulterior motive is what we're going for here. But the question is, what do we use? I mean, do we just show him the contract, perhaps? That could be it. Okay, we'll press him on it, and then we'll show the contract. What other scenes did you cut from the footage? Huh? Oh, no others, I guess. You mean you only edited out the sword-switching trick scene and nothing else? Don't you think it's too much of a stretch to claim that as a mere coincidence? No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened on their own. That is not an argument. That is a logical fallacy. Shut up. I don't like that. That is, unless you have something with which to prove otherwise, defense. If you have a valid criticism of Mr. Rettins' testimony, feel free to counter with evidence. Well, Apollo? That sure would make things easier if we had some. I think the defense team needs to be edited out of the trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up this footage later. He isn't really gonna put it on TV, is he? Trying to prove malicious intent is tough. All he has to do is say it was all a coincidence. We'll need to find some kind of foothold if we want to make any progress. True, but this guy doesn't seem like the type to slip up. So we'll just have to get the information out of him bit by bit. Okay, I think we're just gonna press him a bunch then, right?
Hold it!
It wasn't done maliciously, huh? But I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will towards Troop Gramarye. Huh? What makes you think that? The things that you yourself have said. You'll see. Y'all dig up all the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gramarye magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time. Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear no defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing of a lout of a lawyer. You bear me no ill will? Could have fooled me. And yet, it is the truth. I am only strict on you, as it seems you have strayed from the path. If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Mr. Rittens, please continue your testimony. How about this one? Did I press one already? Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems a little like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, Big Shot? It's hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like what content gets cut. Then let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell ya, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law, and boy do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show you that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. It is the contract, yes? It's either the contract or the clipboard. And quite frankly, I'm not sure which one the game wants me to present. I think it's the clipboard, right? Huh? Oh, what's that you got there? This is the contract you and Miss Wright signed before the magic show. Okay, I think both would have worked. And this contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads, if, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. The $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Mr. Roger Rittens had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? Well, there's a trick to this clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses a carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rittens. Where's your proof linking me to that tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do you? Well, let me see. Do I? Let me see. I mean, I obviously do somewhere. Is it the note? I don't think so. I mean, I guess it could be the note. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, the note seems to be the only other thing it could be. So let's try that. Objection! Yeah, there we go. Perfect. You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey, kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster. I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now, let's compare that signature to the one here on the contract. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in the exact same way twice, unless it's a copy. And these signatures are proof positive that you conned Mr. Wright. And they definitively prove your malicious intent. Hey, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Rettins. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client, so the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intent. Isn't that right? What a forced argument, defense. All you really have proven is not his ill will toward Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's right, I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I never even crossed paths with Trucy before the magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? He didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance, this guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Grammary magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. I can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor? I'd like to argue that Roger Rettins and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some kind of hidden connection between them. Hidden? Connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely, it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims. No, you don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you had taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then, do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? No, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing. If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Rettins? Well, Rettins is a magician as well. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Rettins did during the recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Rettins is a magician too? What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way. Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But, by all means, please, do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of the Kurainism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he isn't going to get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Rettins perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. While I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician, you must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will toward the accused. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mounts Pony Pony. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. A numbskull for a numbskull. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on. I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Was I right? Was I right about my theory that this guy is actually the Grammary? Mr. Reyes? Yeah. Huh. How? Odd. I really was not expecting that. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against the troop Grammary. Oh? No way! Is something wrong, Mr. Justice? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? And what have you come up with this time, defense? Shruzi Wright is the sole heir to the troop Gramarye and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright. It's the book, yeah? There. Well, is it the book? Its description has changed. I mean, I suppose it could also just be, yeah, this, because it says cancel on him. And, who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Reyes belonged to the troop Gramarye. But then the troop ousted him, and Mr. Reyes vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? But Mr. Reyes is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean, is he really dead? If the fact that Mr. Reyes is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reyes? Wait, don't tell me it's a second twin thing, right? Because what? You mean the victim was an imposter? Not Mr. Reyes. Then what about the real Mr. Reyes? It would mean the real Mr. Reyes is still alive. That's absurd. Alright. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Reyes if not the victim of this case? It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The scar, yeah? The real killer, the one who hated the troop Gramarye and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Reyes in his stead. The real Mr. Reyes is Roger Retins. But that's... Yes it is. Roger Retins is the real Mr. Reyes. What? Him? Dang, is it gonna be a one-day trial? I think it is. Oh, hollow red pepper, your impotent seeds brought naught but meaningless, empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera, but not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past that pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that Mr. Reyes in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need you to look at this spot on the poster. The scar. This is the injury Mr. Reyes sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Now, Mr. Retins, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Retins, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Oh, come on now. I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see? Oh, there it is, the scar! Just as I thought. That's right. I am the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Reyes. Oh, nice flash paper. This is totally absurd. Oh, how ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark carved into me by Troop Gramarye would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Reyes, then who was the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Reyes. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago. I taught him all my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight, courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. You really had us all fooled. Mr. Ratins, or should I say Mr. Reyes, in your hatred of Troop Gramarye, you killed the victim Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Gramarye name. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramaryes. But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one who used it for murder instead? Yeah. Yeah. His head. Just kidding. What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you just make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Recall defense. That at the time of the magic show, Mr. Ratins was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. Oh, that's right. I forgot all about that. Oh, so what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you'd better. Please, tell the court more about your alibi. Very well, then. On with the show. Are you watching Magnifi Gramarye? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Gramarye line will be no more. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Alright. How do I counter that? Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? His staff did say he was there at the cruciation. So it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. If Mr. Ratins is a killer, he'd have to have been at this theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Reyes' stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest, and my real alibi. Okay. How do I deal with this? Perfect alibi, huh? At the TV station, busy working on another show, ask the staff, and simple. Okay, well, let's take a look at what we have. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I don't think I have anything that would directly contradict him, do I? Huh. I don't. How odd. And it doesn't seem like something I could press either. Huh. I mean, I guess you don't have to be there to sign it. Huh. Let's see, do we have any of your prints? Prints on the side panel from the fake Mr. Reyes. Yeah. Uh-huh. Crime photo. Huh. Oh, no, I don't have anything. I guess I suppose we're just gonna start pressing, huh? But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes? Killing the victim? Oh, allow me a stab at reading your mind. Aha! Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? How in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver could attest to that. Feel free to call a taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. And the driver is a big fan of the ratings Raja. I even gave him my card. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's Ratings Raja special production, yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. He switched personas just to say that? What's the show about? Washed-up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court, and faded sadly into obscurity. And let the Ratings Raja produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions, who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance. How do we know those staff members aren't all in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic is neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secret behind my magic, could they not? So, he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many strangers to do the same. He really made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? It's eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now? Not yet, no. I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with the twins business? You think the audience will let you get away with reusing the same gimmick twice in a row? If you do not believe him, Defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though, I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight. I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendants, there is no reason to doubt he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting atop of your Honor's head. It is? The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm.
Apollo, Trizzy will be thrown in prison, and we'll be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price?
I told you I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice. You had to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw, so what now? Oh, behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reyes, and stay for the grand illusion until the end of time. Ha 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 ha! Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped in some sort of illusion of his?
That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there.
In other words, you make us see illusions, right?
We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is.
Could it be? You know what, Mr. Attins? I guess we have all been spectators to this elaborate illusion you've prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad?
Have you got something, Apollo?
I just remembered something Trucy talked about. Misdirection. What a magician says is really there isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Rattin's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? If I reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe... Athena, there's something uncanny about this case.
Okay, what is it?
Rattin's alibi, it's too perfect.
Well, that's true. It's like it's impossible to break, no matter how hard we try.
But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think.
I'm not following.
We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi.
Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right?
It's definitely a possibility. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. That the culprit was on scene? Or the crime scene? I think it's that the culprit was on scene, yeah? What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? what if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Vatins' perfect alibi would become irrelevant. How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Well, let's consider it for a second, shall we? Just for a moment, let's think. What would be relevant here? Well, we know he was stabbed in the back. And we know that after the incident, the panels on the coffin were swapped. Yes. Or at least I think they were swapped. But that could have happened after he arrived. Same with the sword switching. Or, well, yeah. So then, what would it be? I'm thinking it was Mr. Hat. Because Mr. Hat was torn up. Yeah? What if Mr. Hat was used to propel the sword into the back of the coffin? Because there was that shadow. Yeah? There was a shadow twice, actually. And I said it seemed a little like Mr. Hat shaped. So could he have set up a booby trap, perhaps? Furthermore, we all saw what appeared to be the culprit's shadow in the footage. But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit's, then whose is it? I'm not 100% certain yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor. During the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Well? I mean, do I just pause it here and present Mr. Hat? Or do I present the other shadow? Mr. Justice, how does it even remotely resemble this shadowy figure? I thought it looked pretty similar, do you not think so? Not in the slightest. That's funny. It looks pretty shady to me. And your logic is even shadier. Maybe I should try slowing down that video and taking a better look. Alright, I guess I do have to speed up to that part. When does it happen? I forget. I think it's right here, right? And then you stab, and then Trucy, and there. Here. Pow. Hey, that's it. Good job. Me. Doesn't this shadow resemble a suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Miss Wright, could you identify the shadow for the court? Well, let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage through the catwalk overhead by wire. Then, could the shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right, we've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is the second shadow shown in the footage? Is it? Oh, is it actually him? Was he on the ground and then he got pulled up into a sword? Is that it? That's kind of crazy. If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. And the shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Reyes. In other words, Mr. Manoff Mystery. The victim? Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Vatins? Indeed. And what of it? I contend that's exactly what happened. And the victim was wearing the stunt harness around his waist. It was also most likely attached to a stunt wire so he could be pulled up into the air. So, you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air, just as the prank script says? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true pièce de résistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. And don't tell me, you've got it all figured out? Yeah, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Rattin's last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up into the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat. And hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. I just had to figure out what else happened up there in that time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To kill him. And just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answer should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air, after Miss Wright was called backstage and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or blade of some sort. What? You mean... Yeah, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Rattin's was at the time of death. Oh, interesting. This has gone a very different direction than I had initially thought. But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? And just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk, and Mr. Manoff Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's how I know he saw the blade. Oh, then maybe the big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. The blade must have been set up overhead some time before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up into the cushion. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Rattin's used you. I thought it was my little... I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Rattin's arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show? That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Rattin, who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Gah! Gramarye! Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. He can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sadmati? No blade of any kind was found on the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Ratins retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the bloodstained sword was found, after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage, Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It is time at last to let it go, and to move on. I have a feeling let it go and move on is going to be a theme going forward in Kurain. Ho ho ho! Are you seeing this, Magnifique Gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Gramarye name is done for.
Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here.
I know, that's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed?
Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script.
Alright, so theoretically there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Ratins couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Ratins, because I'm about to reveal a secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here. Just some good old-fashioned logic. Oh, it's one of these. I always forget about this, and I always say it's one of these. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. Which part of the magic show wasn't in the show's original script? It was Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the dramatic trick? Mr. Hasbusting. You know, this section seems like it's directly inspired by a certain mini-game in another game called Danganronpa. Don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's another mystery visual novel. Very good, though obviously for a very different demographic. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one of the show script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? It's the fingerprints, right? I think so. Bum 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 bum. I think it's fingerprints. I mean, even if he appeared on the left, though, it would still be wrong. So those are probably his living fingerprints. Let's see. Do I have any evidence that tells me where the blood on the coffin was? I don't think I do. There are traces of blood in one of the coffin's holes. Does not say which. In which case, it's probably it's probably the blood. Yeah. Thinking Intrusi had appeared on the left side, the culprit must have put the blood on the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have swapped the coffin sides. The culprit swapped the coffin sides, yes. I mean, we knew this from the start, yeah? That's right, the left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstains fit the facts. But the switch must have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. Oh, the fingerprints. Yes, because he would be facing backwards. Sorry, Mr. Attins, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real. No. No. There are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Attins tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. The fingerprinting results? What about the fingerprinting is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his prints would have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought that Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left side of the coffin, as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the swords into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put the blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that, due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood on it was on the side opposite the one that Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two sides panels around, the prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going through all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Ah, right, luminol. I almost forgot. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood, even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Attins? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I? Ugh. Trucy writes, could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence. Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Ugh. Why, you impudence. I'm sure you've realized by now, Prosecutor Sednati, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. Feh, you and your accused act are most certainly... Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one who with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Ah. Ah. Ah! Oh, look at that. But Prosecutor Sadmati, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Rittins. Ah, Gramarye! All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no more tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently. Yeah. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Reyus. Witness a magic far greater than the troop Gramarye's. Burn. Crumble. Fall to my furious flames. The great Mr. Reyus will bring an end to you all. And now, for the final heir to the Gramarye name. Right here, right now, you too shall huh? No, this isn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Stop! No! Please, no! Curse you, Gramarye! Huh. He didn't show all the members of the Gramarye troop. He missed one. I suppose he didn't have any ill will towards her, perhaps. Curse those Gramaryes. It's all because of them. Even now, they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifi Gramarye, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifi, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude toward magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So, in the end, Troop Gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Reyus. Oh, you're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Take that, Gramarye. You lose. You lose. You lose. If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Oh, I'm coughing for real now. Bailiff, take Mr. Vatins away, and bring an extra fire extinguisher, just to be safe. It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down? Miss Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright, not guilty. Woo! Look at that. Trial completed. Still got a little bit after this to go through, though. I wonder who's throwing the confetti these days. Maybe that's Gumshoe's new job. I mean, did he get fired at the end? I don't remember. Court is adjourned. It is a shame that we probably aren't going to be able to see him in this game, though. Though I suppose he would be pretty old at this point.
Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Reyes is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him.
I don't like the way she's looking at me.
Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Ratins used us. We're victims too. He even made us he even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know? Even if we didn't know what he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Vatins. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't you think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate me. But, Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up. I've always hated her. Really, but if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? So speak for yourself. But, Betty, you still have her autograph from the— shut up! Was she acting this way the whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true, so zip it, dummy. Polly? Do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? Huh? No way, she's not. After all, you were just completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you'd be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So in the end, Troop Grammary was defeated by the great Mr. Reyes. Oh ho! You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Ratin said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Uh-huh.
You're a wonderful grammary magician. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Apollo, but what makes you say that?
I know you're a wonderful grammary magician because of this. The book. The book.
My grandfather's notebook?
The Grammary Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the cheering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnifi could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy.
A great magician? Me?
You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Ratin said.
Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been all alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you.
Me?
I remembered what you said to me in the detention center.
After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right?
Yeah, I remember doing it.
Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy.
But how can you say that? We don't even have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but...
I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skills as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove you innocent. Don't worry, you're going to be fine.
Your words were what kept me going.
Huh.
Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be.
Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma?
I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadmati what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job.
You're too kind. Oh, their voices are blending together.
Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma?
Prosecutor Sadmati? What are you doing here? Detective Sky?
Yes?
I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Oh, wait, Prosecutor Sadmati! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are just strangers, once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me?
What?
You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you'll excuse me. Dang, why does Apollo seem to know everyone important? And there he goes.
What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmati?
Let's just say we're old acquaintances.
Acquaintances? It seems like something more than that.
Yeah, well...
You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject.
I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now... Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future.
Sure, if you say so.
Hey, it's Mr. Wright.
But put him on speakerphone, Apollo.
Oh, we're about to get a cliffhanger for the next chapter. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine.
Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo.
Whew, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort any time. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it. Oh, thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No, no need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Alright. So they're setting... So I don't think... No cliffhanger for Phoenix's backstory. Or not backstory, but next chapter. Because I'm assuming we're going back to next chapter. Unless they do a little end scene. The second thing is Apollo's backstory. So it seems that this trial is not a conclusion to Apollo. They're going to set it up and actually intertwine it with the end, which is what I was hoping for. And I assume that since it's about his past, this is where he's gonna find out that Trucy is his sister. Not like this right now, but later. Full-fledged, huh? So Daddy asked you to come out tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No, he just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. The best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but... Good, then it's settled. Huh? Oh. Animated cutscene, perhaps? I have a feeling it's an animated cutscene. I should have known. Yep, knew it. Well, not animated cutscene, but best seat in the house is on stage. This is what she meant. Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop. No! And that is how Trucy and Grammaryland ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of ending is that? Oh, and there it is, our end card. Fantastic. Yes, please save the game. And you know what? With that, we are gonna wrap things up. That's right. We made it all the way to the end. Isn't that fantastic? Yep. Now, any thoughts I have on this? Well, obviously, I would like... Not like... I really would like to get back to, to Phoenix next chapter. I think we probably are. I mean, I can't really imagine where else we would go. But, with that being said... Yeah, no, I think that's just the end. I don't really have much to say, do I? No, I don't. So let's go ahead and see if I can do a raid on anyone. Is there anyone speaking English who's playing one of these games? Oh, there is, actually. Quite a few. In that case, you guys can go right over to here. Right? Is this how I do it? I'm not gonna lie, it's been a while since I did this. Pow! Bam! Go! Be gone! Be banished, all of you. I think this is how I do it. I hope so. Go! Haha! Did it work? I hope so. I hope so. Did it work? Can someone tell me if it worked? Because if not, that's rather awkward. Okay, well, goodbye, I suppose.